Welcome to Sweet Dreams Storytelling, where we unwind, relax, and drift into dreamland. I'm your host, Mike, and I'm so glad you're joining me tonight. Let's get cozy and settle in. Story for this evening is The Enchanted Mirror. Chapter 1, The Attic Discovery. In the coastal city of Thalorian, where the sea met the cliffs in an endless dance of waves and wind, the Grand Palace stood as a beacon of prosperity and ancient maritime heritage. Within its stone walls, young Princess Marin grew up surrounded by tales of seafarers and legends of the deep. Yet, despite the splendor of her surroundings, Marin often found herself drawn to the quieter, forgotten corners of the palace. It was on a rain-soaked afternoon, with the storm lashing against the windows, that Marin's curiosity led her to the palace's attic. The attic was a vast, shadowy space filled with relics and heirlooms accumulated over generations. Each item a fragment of her kingdom's storied past. The air was thick with the scent of aged wood and sea salt, a remnant of the ocean's breath that had seeped into the timbers. As Marin wandered among the artifacts, her lantern cast eerie shadows on the walls, illuminating dusty tapestries and armor that whispered of old battles. Her eyes, however, were drawn to a peculiar object half hidden under a tattered naval flag. It was a mirror, ornate and encrusted with shells and bits of coral that twinkled in the lantern light. The frame was carved from driftwood, worn smooth by time and tide, and inset with pearls that seemed to glow with an inner light. Compelled by a mix of awe and an inexplicable sense of familiarity, Marin approached the mirror. She recalled a fragment of a story her grandmother once told, a tale of a powerful sea witch who could control the tides and had the power to trap the essence of the ocean within a mirror. According to legend, the witch had vanished centuries ago, leaving behind her enchanted possessions to be lost in the sands of time. Eager to learn more, Marin brushed away the cobwebs and wiped the glass clean. The surface of the mirror shimmered under her touch, as if awakening from a long slumber. Her reflection blurred for a moment, replaced by swirls of blue and green that danced like waves under the moonlight. As the storm outside grew in intensity, so did the swirling in the mirror. Marin leaned closer, her heart pounding with excitement and a touch of fear. Then, with a sudden silent pull, the mirror seemed to inhale, drawing Marin into its depths. The transition was swift and gentle. One moment she was in the dusty, storm-bound attic, and the next she was submerged in water, yet not wet, standing at the edge of an underwater kingdom that glittered with the hues of the ocean. Stunned, Marin looked around, realizing she had stepped into a realm entirely unlike her own, a world where the legends of the sea were alive and waiting to be explored. As she took her first tentative steps into this underwater domain, she noticed her clothes had transformed into a gown of flowing silken kelp, and her hair floated around her head like fine seaweed. The water was not cold but pleasantly warm, and she could breathe easily, as if the ocean itself sustained her. In the distance, a shadow moved, a creature that was larger and more majestic than any fish she had known. As it approached, Marin could see that it was not a fish, but a dolphin, and yet there was something peculiar about its eyes, a depth and intelligence that seemed almost human. Chapter 2, The Mirror's Secret. As Princess Marin steadied herself, acclimating to the surreal beauty of the underwater kingdom, she took in her surroundings. The sea floor was carpeted with colorful coral and delicate sea anemones that swayed gently in the underwater currents. Schools of iridescent fish darted between sunken treasures that hinted at ancient shipwrecks. Above, the water's surface played with the sunlight, casting sparkling shafts of light that illuminated the depths in a celestial ballet. Marin's wonder grew as she ventured deeper into the kingdom. She passed through archways crafted from pearl and bone, over bridges woven from seaweed that shimmered with a bioluminescent glow, and beside towers of coral that rose majestically towards the surface. The architecture was unlike anything she had seen on land, each structure a testament to a civilization that thrived beneath the waves. As she explored, Marin noticed the curious glances of the sea creatures. Some peered out from their hiding spots with cautious eyes, while others, bolder, swam closer to inspect the newcomer. They were unlike any marine life she had read about in her studies. Each creature bore unique markings and colors, suggesting a richness of biodiversity only found in this enchanted realm. Amidst her awe, she remembered the dolphin she had seen upon her arrival. Determined to learn more about him and this mysterious realm, Marin followed the path that led towards a grand palace, made of mother of pearl and surrounded by gardens of kelp and bright coral. As she approached, the dolphin appeared again, swimming gracefully in the water before her. Up close, Marin could see that there was indeed something very unusual about him. His eyes conveyed a deep intelligence and sadness, and around his neck hung a pendant that glowed with a pale, ethereal light. "Welcome, Princess Marin," the dolphin spoke, his voice a melodious echo that resonated through the water. Surprised to hear him speak, Marin realized that this was no ordinary dolphin, but a creature of magic. "Who are you?" Marin asked, her voice somehow carrying clearly through the water. "My name is Prince Delphin," he replied, his tone tinged with a solemnity that matched his gaze. "I was once a human, like you, a prince of this kingdom, but a curse by a vengeful sea witch transformed me into what you see now." Marin listened, her heart stirring with empathy for the prince's plight. "How can this curse be broken?" she inquired, her resolve firming with the desire to help. "The curse can only be lifted by someone who is both brave and pure of heart," Delphin explained. "You must forge 3 gifts: a pearl brighter than the sun, a coral as soft as silk, and a scale from the oldest fish in the sea. Each of these items is protected by challenges that test your courage and kindness." Determined to help Prince Delphin and inspired by the adventure that lay before her, Marin agreed to take on the quest. "I will do whatever it takes," she declared, her voice resonant with the promise of a hero's oath. Prince Delphin smiled, a gesture that seemed to brighten the gloomy depths. "Thank you, Princess Marin. Your courage gives me hope. I will guide you as best I can." Together they set out towards the first challenge, the sunken caves, where the pearl brighter than the sun was said to be guarded by the Kraken, a creature as fearsome as the depths in which it dwelled. Chapter 3: The Dolphin Prince. Princess Marin followed the glimmering form of the dolphin through winding coral passages and shimmering kelp gardens that swayed like living curtains in the current. Small fish darted out of the way as they passed, and faint music, almost like the hum of an ancient lullaby, echoed through the water. The ocean here didn't feel cold or heavy. It wrapped around Marin like a velvet cloak, soft and strange and full of secrets. Delphin, the dolphin, who had spoken, led her toward a quiet inlet nestled within a coral reef shaped like a crescent moon. A broken statue of a king lay half buried in sand nearby, its crown lost, its stone eyes staring into eternity. It was here, in this forgotten garden of the sea, that Delphin paused and turned to face her. "I imagine this is quite a shock," he said, his voice echoing softly in her mind. Marin nodded, still marveling at how she could breathe and speak beneath the sea. "It is, but it also feels like I'm meant to be here." Delphine regarded her with those deep human-like eyes. "That's no coincidence. The mirror wouldn't have brought you unless you had the heart to face what lies ahead." Marin furrowed her brow. "I want to help, but I need to understand. How did this happen to you, and what is this place?" Delphin lowered his sleek head, and his voice took on the cadence of a story long told but never forgotten. "This kingdom was once a jewel of the ocean, Atlantis, realm of coral towers and seashell halls. I was its prince, brash and bold, born to rule, but I was arrogant. I believed the sea itself would bow to me." He paused, the light dimming slightly around them, as if the water remembered. "I defied the sea witch Nerissa," he continued, "a guardian of the deeper magic. I demanded her secrets, her control over the tides. I thought I could master what she had only been entrusted to protect. She warned me, and I mocked her, so she cursed me to take the form of a dolphin, a creature I once called lesser. Not until someone worthy offered kindness and forged the gifts of restoration could the curse be broken." Marin listened intently, her heart aching for the prince who had clearly suffered and grown. "The mirror," she said slowly. "It brought me here to help. But why me?" "The mirror was crafted by Nerissa herself," Delphin said. "It doesn't reveal its path to just anyone. It shows the ocean's heart, and it saw yours. Pure, curious, unafraid." Marin flushed, unsure how to respond. She looked out at the distant dark waters. "You mentioned the gifts. What are they exactly? Delphin circled her slowly, his voice thoughtful. 3 sacred offerings, each forged from the sea's rarest elements. First, a pearl brighter than the sun, hidden in the sunken caves and guarded by the kraken of the deep. Second, a coral softer than silk, growing only in the heart of the coral labyrinth, watched over by the riddle-speaking octopus matriarch. And third, a scale from the oldest fish in the sea, a creature who remembers the ocean's birth. Maren took a deep breath, the enormity of the task settling on her shoulders like an anchor. It sounds impossible. Delphin's eyes softened. It would be for someone without courage. But I believe you have what's needed, not just bravery, but compassion. The sea is moved, not by force, but by harmony. Maren looked down at her hands, transformed now, her skin glowing faintly with ocean light, and nodded. Then we'd better get started. Delphin's fins stirred the water with excitement. There's one who can guide us through the deeps, an old sea turtle named Caligo. He's as ancient as the reefs and twice as stubborn. But if anyone knows the paths to the sunken caves, it's him. With determination building like a wave in her chest, Maren followed Delphin through the glowing kelp fields toward the unknown. She didn't know exactly what awaited her, only that she had to try, for the cursed prince, for the kingdom buried in sorrow, and for herself. She was no longer just a curious princess. She was a seeker, a bearer of hope, and her journey through the deep had only just begun. Chapter 4, The Witch's Challenge. The sea around them began to darken, the once vibrant coral and soft light fading into a twilight blue. Maren clung tightly to Prince Delphin's dorsal fin as he led her downward, away from the sparkling shallows and into the deeper currents of the ocean. Here, even the water felt heavier, as though pressing down with ancient forgotten weight. They traveled in silence for a long while, the only sounds the gentle rush of the tide and the occasional cry of a distant whale. Then ahead, a shape began to form, massive and looming, half hidden by drifting sand clouds. As they approached, Maren realized it was a fortress, twisted coral towers rising from the seafloor, black and bone-white, wrapped in kelp that moved like grasping hands. Giant clams lined the path like sentinels, and strange glowing barnacles flickered on the walls. "This is Nerissa's dwelling," Delphin said, slowing. His voice was cautious now. "Stay close. She will test your mind before she tests your strength." They passed beneath a great archway shaped like the open jaws of a leviathan, and as they entered, the water grew still, too still. Not a current stirred, not a fish passed. It felt like the very ocean was holding its breath. In the central chamber of the palace, they found her. Nerissa, the sea witch, stood tall and regal in a throne carved from an ancient whale's ribcage. Her hair was a flowing current of sea snakes and silver strands, and her eyes, those eyes were black pearls, bottomless and shining with ancient wisdom. Her skin shimmered like wet obsidian, and when she moved, the water trembled. "You bring her then," she said, her voice both a whisper and a rumble, echoing in the water as though it came from every direction. "I do," Delphin replied, bowing his head slightly. She found the mirror. She chose this path. Nerissa's gaze fell upon Maren, studying her not with hostility, but with a deep, unreadable curiosity. A surface-born girl, breathing ocean, walking currents like she belongs. The mirror has not lied. "But do you know what you've stepped into, child?" "I know a prince has been cursed," Maren said, standing straighter than she felt, "and that you are the one who cursed him." A faint smile curved Nerissa's lips. "Ah, such boldness. Good, the sea favors the bold, but punishes the reckless." "I'm not afraid," Maren said. "I came here to break the curse." "Not afraid?" Nerissa's laughter rippled like a storm through the chamber. "Even the sea fears what lies in its own depths. But very well, if you wish to challenge a curse woven by the deep, you must first understand what it truly is." She rose from her throne and gestured with one long, elegant arm. The water around them shimmered, forming visions, a memory played out in liquid and light. Maren saw a younger Delphin in regal garb, proud and golden, standing at the edge of a coral throne room. He mocked a frail, hooded figure, Nerissa demanding power, dismissing warnings, laughing at prophecy. Then came the curse, a swirl of blue light, a chant in a forgotten tongue, and a blinding flash. The prince collapsed, shifting form, and in his place, the dolphin. The vision faded. Nerissa turned to Marin again. His arrogance poisoned the tides. He saw the sea as something to conquer, not to respect. His curse was not vengeance, it was balance. Marin looked at Delphin, who remained silent, guilt etched in his eyes. Has he changed? She asked softly. Has he learned humility, compassion? That is for the sea to decide, Nerissa said. But you, if you wish to give him the chance to prove it, you must forge 3 gifts to unlock the seals of his curse. Marin lifted her chin. Tell me what I must do. The witch's fingers flicked, and 3 images bloomed in the water. A pearl glowing like a miniature sun, hidden deep in the sunken caves, guarded by a monstrous kraken that awakens with every trespasser. A garden of coral as soft as silk, found in the coral labyrinth, protected by a matriarch octopus who speaks in riddles and illusions. And a single iridescent scale, falling slowly through the dark water, from the body of the oldest fish in the sea, a whalefish older than time, who rarely reveals itself. Only these 3, Nerissa intoned, can restore what was broken. But know this, each gift will test not just your bravery, but your kindness, your cleverness, your soul. Marin felt her heart hammering in her chest, but she didn't hesitate. I accept. Nerissa's dark eyes glittered. Then go, the ocean will watch. Without another word, the witch vanished into shadow, her form dissolving into swirling kelp and ink. The coral palace around them faded, and Marin found herself drifting gently in open sea once again, with Delphin at her side. He looked at her with awe. No one has stood before her like that in years. I didn't come to be afraid, Marin said, adjusting the satchel she now carried. It had appeared after the witch's challenge, empty but lined with magical lining meant to hold the enchanted items. I came to save you. Delphin blinked, touched, then nodded. Come, the sunken caves lie to the west. The journey begins now. Together they swam toward the unknown, as the sea opened its vast heart to a girl who had dared to speak to storms. Chapter 5. The quest begins. The ocean shifted as Marin and Delphin swam westward, leaving the last remnants of Nerissa's eerie domain behind. The light from above grew fainter with each passing league, until the surface was a distant shimmer, and the world around them was cast in deep shades of blue and green. Shadows lengthened and darkened the farther they traveled, yet Marin felt no fear, only determination. Delphin swam beside her in silence, the current streaming over his sleek form. Occasionally he glanced over, as if ensuring she was still following, still committed. She always was. The sunken caves are near the ocean's trench, Delphin explained eventually. Few dare to go there, even among sea creatures. The currents there are wild, the pressure unbearable, and the guardian, ancient. The kraken, Marin murmured. Delphin gave a grim nod. It is no legend, it is the sea's fury, bound in tentacles. It does not sleep as mortals do, it waits. But Marin didn't waver. She adjusted the enchanted satchel at her side, the one Nerissa had conjured, and gripped her resolve like a blade. Hours passed. They moved through bioluminescent kelp forests, where the leaves whispered as they brushed by. They crossed ridges made of fossilized coral and abandoned merfolk ruins, where statues crumbled in slow motion and sea urchins built their homes among ancient thrones. Eventually, the terrain changed. The seabed sloped downward into darkness, a yawning abyss that made Marin's skin prickle. She could feel it before she saw it. The trench, a long, jagged scar that split the ocean floor, swallowing all light. They hovered on the edge. This is it, Delphin said quietly. Before them, a narrow path wound down into the darkness. It led to a cluster of broken rock formations, caves swallowed by the trench's shadow. From here, the sunken caves looked like gaping mouths, silently waiting to devour any intruder. Suddenly, a ripple moved through the water. A tremor, soft but deliberate. Caves had felt their presence. We'll need help, Delphin said. Someone who knows how to slip past the kraken's watch. Help? Marin asked. From who? In answer, Delphin whistled, a long melodic call that echoed down into the trench. The sound vanished into the dark, and for a moment, nothing happened. Then a pair of glowing green eyes blinked open in the gloom. From the shadows rose a giant sea turtle, its shell covered in barnacles and glowing moss. Its eyes were slow, wise, and amused. When it spoke, the words were thick with age and the depth of the sea. "Delphin boy, you return to the deep at last, and with a surface breather in tow." "This is Princess Marin," Delphin said. "She seeks the pearl of the sun." The turtle looked at Marin and blinked slowly. A princess chasing a pearl through kraken-haunted caverns. "You landwalkers are never boring. Will you help us?" Marin asked, respectfully. "I am Caligo," the turtle said, turning. "And I am old enough to remember when that kraken first curled its tentacles around the caves. If I guide you, it is not because I believe in your chances, but because I believe in boldness." Marin smiled. "That's enough." Caligo led the way, his massive form moving surprisingly gracefully through the deep. They followed him into the trench, the darkness deepening with every moment. Strange shapes moved along the edges, things with many eyes, fins like ribbons and translucent jaws. At last, the trio reached a cave mouth. Pale blue light pulsed from within. "The pearl is there," Caligo said. "But beware, the kraken doesn't guard the pearl because it was told to. It loves the light. It hoards it." As they entered the cave, the walls sparkled with crystals and bits of ancient gold. In the center of the chamber, on a stone pedestal, lay the pearl. It was massive, larger than a melon, and shone with a brilliance like a captured sunbeam. Even Marin, strong of will, had to shield her eyes. "That's it," Delphin whispered. But before they could move, a chill coursed through the water. The light from the pearl dimmed as a shadow passed over them. And then, it came, the kraken. It emerged from a fissure in the wall, a monstrous shape with slick, shifting skin that shimmered like oil. Its tentacles unfurled slowly, each one the size of a ship's mast. It had no eyes, only pits of darkness that seemed to absorb the light around it. It did not roar or shriek, it simply reached out. "Run," Delphin shouted, but Marin stood her ground. "No," she cried, "I can't just take the pearl, I have to earn it." She reached into her satchel and pulled out a necklace, a gift from her mother, a golden pendant shaped like a seashell. She removed it and held it up. "You want light?" she called to the kraken. "Then take mine. I give it freely." The kraken paused. Then slowly, impossibly, it retracted. Tentacles curling like waves, the creature turned, fading back into the fissure, deeper into the cave. Delphin stared at her in shock. "What did you do?" "I showed it kindness," Marin said, her voice trembling. "Not fear." The pearl pulsed once, then floated into the water and drifted into her waiting hands, warm and impossibly bright. "It knows I came to heal, not steal," she whispered. Caligo let out a low, grumbling laugh. "Bold and wise, you might just make it." Clutching the pearl, Marin placed it gently in the enchanted satchel, where it dimmed to a soft glow. The first trial was complete. As they turned to leave, Marin glanced once more at the mouth of the cave, where the kraken had vanished. She whispered a quiet thank you into the water, and then the trio began their ascent toward the coral labyrinth and the next impossible gift. Chapter 6. The Pearl Brighter Than the Sun. The ascent from the sunken caves was long and quiet. Marin swam slowly, her body weary, but her spirit alight with wonder. The pearl, now nestled safely in her enchanted satchel, emitted a low, gentle glow, no longer blinding, but warm and comforting, like the first ray of dawn. It pulsed softly with her heartbeat, as though the ocean itself acknowledged her triumph. Delphin and Caligo swam at her sides. No one spoke for a time, each of them still shaken by the encounter with the kraken. Yet, even in the silence, there was a deep sense of change between them. Marin was no longer just a visitor to the sea. She had been tested, and the sea had not swallowed her. It had accepted her. As they reached a coral ridge bathed in pale light, Caligo finally broke the silence. "What you did back there," the old sea turtle rumbled. "No warrior, no hunter, no king has ever faced the kraken without drawing blood. You faced it with humility. That mattered." Marin smiled. It wasn't just bravery, it was listening. It didn't want to fight. It wanted to be seen. Delphin looked at her, admiration glowing in his deep sea blue eyes. "You've already changed more than I could have hoped. I've only just begun," Marin replied. They rested for a time in the tranquil reef, where small rainbow-colored fish nibbled playfully at Caligo's shell, and a current carried the scent of salt and blooming sea anemones. While they floated, Delphin explained the next step. The coral labyrinth is to the southeast. It's hidden in the driftshade reaches, where the currents twist and confuse even experienced navigators. The coral we seek is unlike any other, lighter than water, softer than silk, and alive with the memory of the tides. "Let me guess," Marin said, smiling. "It's guarded." Delphin nodded. "By the coral matriarch, a great octopus older than any kingdom. She guards the core of the labyrinth and tests anyone who seeks to enter. She doesn't value strength, but wit. She speaks only in riddles, and if you answer her wrongly, she'll twist the labyrinth so you never find your way out again." "Sounds charming," Marin muttered. "You'll do well," Caligo said, stretching his fins. "You've got the mind for it, and the heart." They traveled onward for many hours, passing over glowing kelp forests, around shipwrecks half buried in sand, and through caves strung with giant jellyfish that pulsed like floating lanterns. As they moved, the water began to thicken, not physically, but with magic. Marin could feel it, something old and sacred, like the hush inside a cathedral. Finally, they reached it. The coral labyrinth. It rose from the ocean floor like a castle from a dream. Walls of vivid coral, spiraling and looping in every direction, colors shifting with the light, turquoise and vermilion, lavender and sea glass green, pink like dawn. The labyrinth pulsed with life, an enormous living organism shaped like a maze, its tunnels winding into the heart of the reef. But it was quiet, almost too quiet. At the entrance stood a stone pedestal, and on it rested a conch shell etched with ancient symbols. As Marin approached, the shell trembled, and from it emerged the coral matriarch. She was breathtaking, an enormous octopus, with skin that changed color like a canvas of watercolors, violet to blue to rose. Her eyes were deep and knowing, and each of her 8 limbs moved with balletic grace. "You seek the heart coral," she said, her voice flowing like the tide. "Yes," Marin said. "I need it to break a curse." "To take it," the matriarch intoned, "you must first pass through the labyrinth. But the path is not made of walls, it is made of choices." She extended one long arm, tapping the coral beside them. A doorway opened, suddenly, impossibly, and a tunnel glowed inside. "Within you will face 3 riddles," the matriarch said. "Each one opens a door. Answer true, and you proceed. Answer false, and you will wander until your mind forgets your name." Marin's breath hitched, but she nodded. "I'm ready." Delphin moved beside her. "I can't follow you in," he said gently. "The labyrinth only permits one." "I'll come back," she whispered. He nodded once. Marin stepped into the labyrinth. At once she was surrounded by color and silence. The coral around her shifted with every step, walls forming and fading, tunnels curling like vines. Then, ahead, a soft glow appeared, and a voice echoed through the water. "I rise without breath and never fall. I dance with the moon and answer its call. I kiss the shore and flee again." "What am I?" Marin smiled. "A wave." The wall in front of her shimmered, dissolved, and a new path opened. Further in, a second voice called out. "I have no mouth, but I can sing. I have no wings, but I can soar. I carry ships and swallow kings. What am I?" She hesitated. It sounded like the sea, but too obvious. Then it came to her. The wind. The coral twisted aside, revealing the final passage. She swam forward, heart pounding. The last voice spoke slowly, almost sorrowfully. "I hold the memories of every tide. Yet, I forget all that enters me. I am deep and ancient, and always hungry." What am I? Marin thought. It wasn't just water. It wasn't the ocean. It was the sea, she said softly, because it remembers nothing, but carries everything. The walls shimmered and vanished. Before her stood a single coral tree, glowing softly, its branches waving in the still water. From its trunk grew a single strand of coral, long, silky, and impossibly soft. It shimmered pink and white, as though woven from moonlight and seashells. Marine reached out and touched it. It bent into her hand. The matriarch's voice returned, warmer this time. "You have chosen wisely. You see with more than your eyes." The coral coiled gently into a spool, and Marin placed it in her satchel beside the pearl. As she turned to leave, the labyrinth opened before her, a clear, unbroken path leading back to Delphin and Caligo. When she emerged, Delphin swam forward in awe. "You did it?" he whispered. Marin smiled, exhaustion and triumph mingling on her face. "2 gifts down. Only 1 remains," said Caligo, turning his wise eyes toward the deepest part of the sea. "To the abyss," he said, "and the oldest fish in the world." Chapter 7: The Coral Forest. Even as the coral labyrinth faded behind them, its magic still shimmered in the water around Marin. The silken coral she had earned lay nestled in her enchanted satchel beside the pearl, the 2 treasures glowing softly, one golden like dawn, the other pale like sea foam at moonrise. Together, they pulsed with quiet power, responding to each other as if recognizing their shared purpose. 2 gifts, Marin said aloud, more to herself than to the others. 1 remains. Delphin swam beside her, his eyes reflecting the swirl of emotions she felt, awe, hope, and the looming weight of the final trial. "The 3rd gift is the most elusive," he said. "The scale of the oldest fish isn't just rare, it's sacred. That fish is said to predate the rise of the underwater kingdoms themselves. Some believe he is the ocean's memory." "I wonder," Marin murmured, "what he remembers and what he's forgotten." Ahead, Caligo let out a slow rumble of thought. "The abyss, where he sleeps, lies far from the light. Even I, in all my years, have only visited its edge. There are currents down there that can unravel the strongest shells, shadows that do not belong to any creature." Marin shivered, though the water around her remained warm. The idea of the abyss, of venturing into a place untouched by sunlight, untouched even by most life, felt both frightening and humbling. But first, they would pass through the coral forest, a realm of beauty and silence. The journey to the forest took them through still waters. The terrain shifted gradually. Coral structures gave way to towering walls of soft seagrass, and the light began to dim, not from depth but from distance. Even the currents grew quieter, as if hesitant to stir too loudly. Then the forest appeared. The coral forest was unlike the labyrinth. It was wild and natural, not magical, but no less magnificent. Vast coral trees grew here, thick and knotted, their trunks spiraling like ancient oak, but made of rose-colored reefstone. Their branches stretched outward in fractal fans, creating a canopy of living coral that filtered the light into shifting mosaics on the ocean floor. Fish moved quietly between the branches, some glowing faintly, others transparent as glass. Tiny shrimp clicked softly in clusters, and brilliant sea slugs traced slow paths across coral bark. Everything here felt alive and unhurried, suspended in a dreamlike stillness. Marin and Delphin moved slowly through the trees, careful not to disturb the delicate balance of the forest. Caligo trailed behind, his large form brushing gently through the taller coral limbs. "It's beautiful," Marin whispered, reaching out to run her fingers across a soft, velvety patch of coral that pulsed under her touch like a heartbeat. "This place," Delphin said, "is a sacred middle ground, a threshold between the known world and the abyss. Many creatures come here to think, to forget, or to prepare." As they continued through the forest, they encountered strange and wondrous things. A cloud of jellyfish passed overhead, each one shaped like a blooming lily. A school of silver eels spiraled upward in synchronized circles, creating a slow, glowing whirlpool. They saw a sunken statue of an ancient sea king cradled by coral roots, his stone eyes staring forever toward the abyss. Near the center of the forest, they stopped to rest beneath a massive coral archway. The light here was dim but soft, a twilight place of reflection. Marin sat cross-legged on a patch of soft moss-like algae, gazing up through the shifting canopy. "Do you think the fish will give me the scale?" she asked quietly. Caligo settled beside her, his enormous shell creaking like an old ship. That depends on what you offer. I don't have much, she admitted. Just myself. My promise. My intention to do good. Sometimes, the turtle said, blinking slowly, that's the most powerful offering of all. Delphin floated just beyond them, deep in thought. The fish has no name, but many call him Aeolus, the first deep. They say he's older than memory, that he's the last of a species long vanished. One that listened to the ocean before it learned to speak. Marin tilted her head. How do we even find him? Caligo pointed with one great fin toward the darker water ahead. There's a trench just beyond the forest. You'll feel it before you see it. A silence that stretches into forever. And when we get there, you call him, the turtle said simply. Not with words, with truth. Marin didn't understand what that meant, but something in her chest, a gentle stirring near the enchanted satchel, suggested that she would know when the time came. That night, if it could be called night beneath the waves, they made a quiet camp among the roots of the coral trees. Delphin kept watch as Marin curled up in the soft hollow of an anemone patch. Strange dreams swirled in her sleep. Visions of endless blue, of massive eyes like mirrors, of a song without sound. When she awoke, the light had faded even further. The forest around them was still, and ahead, the water had turned from sapphire to black. The abyss awaited. Marin stood, adjusted her satchel, and looked to her companions. Let's go. Caligo gave a quiet grunt of respect. You carry light into the deepest dark, girl. That is no small thing. With steady hearts, they swam beyond the edge of the coral forest, leaving the gentle beauty behind and descending into the yawning mouth of the world's oldest secret. Chapter 8. The Ancient Scale. The coral forest faded behind them like a memory dissolving into mist. Where once there had been color and light, now there was only shadow. The water deepened into indigo, then to black. It was not the black of night on land. It was the kind that swallowed stars whole. Marin clutched her satchel, feeling the warmth of the pearl and the coral within. They pulsed faintly, their glow dimmed here, as if even their light dared not shine too brightly in the presence of what lay ahead. Delphin swam close on her right, his usually graceful movements now careful, deliberate. On her left, Caligo descended in solemn silence, his eyes reflecting the darkness like old glass. Around them, the ocean seemed to hold its breath. The abyss yawned open below. It was more than a trench, it was a wound in the world, miles wide and unimaginably deep. No coral grew here, no fish swam. The water was still, oppressive, heavy. As they descended, sound fell away. Even the rhythm of Marin's heartbeat felt distant. I feel smaller than I've ever felt, she whispered, though her voice was strangely muffled. Delphin nodded. This is the place where light forgets how to exist. And yet they pressed onward. They swam deeper into the trench, passing strange rock formations like petrified giants. Bones, massive and bleached, littered the ocean floor in the distance. Some were shaped like spines, others like shattered ribs. Marin couldn't help but wonder what kind of creatures had lived and died here in ages past. Time seemed to stretch in the darkness. Minutes felt like hours. Marin lost track of how long they'd been swimming. Her muscles ached, and the pressure on her skin grew heavier, like invisible hands pressing in from every side. But still, she pressed forward. Then, without warning, the trench leveled out. The water became eerily calm. A vast, flat expanse of sand stretched before them, so fine it looked like powdered moonstone. In the middle of this plain stood a massive, ancient tree, but not a tree of wood and leaves. It was made of coralized bone, its branches reaching upward in jagged spirals. At its base was a pool of glowing blue water, the only light for miles. This is it, Caligo rumbled, the resting place of Aeolus. Marin floated forward. Where is he? Call him, Caligo said again gently. Not with words, with truth. She stared at the glowing pool. The water there shimmered differently, like a mirror that wasn't reflecting anything. Her reflection didn't appear on its surface, only darkness. Marin knelt beside it, placing her hand near the edge. She didn't know what she was supposed to say. What could call something as old as the sea's first thought? And then she did what she had always done when words failed her. She spoke from her heart. I'm Marin, she said softly. I'm not royalty down here, not special. I'm just a girl trying to do something right. She paused. The silence deepened. I'm trying to help someone I've come to care about, someone who made a mistake, but who spent years wishing he hadn't. I've faced monsters and riddles and the unknown, not because I'm fearless, but because I believe kindness matters more than strength. Her voice trembled. I'm asking not just for a scale, but for a chance to give someone back their future. Please. The glow in the pool pulsed. Then, the water rippled, a presence stirred. Marin stepped back as the sand around the pool began to tremble. Bubbles rose in great clouds. The very trench vibrated with something deep and ancient awakening. Then he rose. Aethelus, the oldest fish in the sea. He was not a fish like any Marin had ever imagined. He was immense, longer than a ship, with skin the color of storm clouds and eyes like galaxies. His fins trailed behind him like silk, and his scales shimmered with the colors of twilight, dusky blues, purples and faint gold. He rose silently, his body coiling in slow arcs like an old river, remembering how to flow. When he spoke, it was not with a voice, but with thought. His words echoed in Marin's chest more than her ears. You are small, and yet not insignificant. Marin bowed her head. You seek a scale, knowing what it costs. She looked up. I don't know what it costs, but if it means I can lift a curse and give someone hope, I'll carry it. The ancient fish circled once, his great eye focusing entirely on her. A scale is memory. Mine are old, painful, sacred. Taking one is not theft. It is inheritance. Marin swallowed. Then I'll carry your memory with honor. For a moment, all was still. Then, Aethelus dipped his head. A single scale, just one, loosened from near his heart and drifted into the water. It was small in size, no larger than a coin, but it shone brighter than anything Marin had seen. A light that wasn't harsh, but warm, like the first memory of love. She caught it gently, cradling it in her palms. Thank you, she whispered. Aethelus began to descend once more, his body disappearing into the trench, becoming one with the dark. Remember this, his voice echoed one last time. Even the deepest dark can hold light. And then he was gone. Marin placed the scale in her satchel, and the moment she did, the glow of all three gifts resonated together. The pearl, the coral, and the scale, sun, silk, and memory, sang in harmony, their lights intertwining. It's done, Delphin breathed. You've done it, Caligo added, awe in his voice. But Marin didn't feel triumphant. Not yet. She felt quiet, like someone who had been trusted with something sacred. Let's go, she said softly. We have a curse to break. And with the ancient scale glowing gently at her side, Marin led her companions out of the abyss. The gifts secured, her courage tested, and her spirit transformed. Chapter 9. The Witch's Lair. The return from the abyss was like rising from a dream. The deeper darkness gave way to twilight, and then to the cool, muted glow of mid-ocean. The crushing pressure of the trench lifted gradually, as did the tension in Marin's chest. Yet her heart still beat quickly, not from fear, but from anticipation. The enchanted satchel at her side was heavy with purpose. The three gifts glowed softly within it, each one humming with a life of its own. The pearl brighter than the sun, earned through courage in the face of the Kraken's terror. The coral as soft as silk, won by wisdom in the riddle-bound labyrinth. The ancient scale gifted by the First Deep himself, memory older than time. Delphin swam silently beside her, his expression unreadable. Caligo followed behind, somber and proud. As they approached the border of the Sea Witch's domain, the waters changed once more. The warmth and light faded, shadows lengthened and curled like drifting ink. They were returning to Nerissa's lair. The journey had come full circle. The black coral towers of the Sea Witch's palace loomed again from the gloom, skeletal and coiled like sea serpents frozen in stone. Long strands of enchanted kelp wrapped around the pillars, pulsing faintly like veins. Strange whispers rippled through the current, as if the ocean itself remembered their trespass. She'll know we're coming, Delphin said quietly. She's been watching, Caligo added. Marin adjusted the satchel and steadied her breath. Let her. They entered the palace through the massive coral archway, which closed behind them with a slow, grinding sigh. The palace was darker than before, but now Marin carried light. As they swam into the central chamber, the gifts in her satchel began to glow more brightly, subtle at first, then stronger until soft waves of golden, silver, and opalescent light filled the water. The throne chamber was empty at first. Then, like mist forming from the depths, Nerissa appeared. She rose from the shadows with the grace of a current and the presence of a storm. Her hair flowed behind her like an underwater galaxy, full of tiny stars and translucent tendrils. Her black pearl eyes fixed on Marin with unraidable intensity. "You return," she said, her voice neither pleased nor angry. "Whole," Marin nodded. "With the 3 gifts, as you asked." The sea witch's gaze shifted to the satchel. "Do you know what they are?" "I do," Marin said, lifting each one carefully. She held the pearl in her palm. It shimmered like the sun touching the surface of the sea. Hope, drawn from darkness. She produced the silken coral, glowing like a gentle flame. Kindness, earned through understanding. Finally, she revealed the scale of Aephilus. It flickered with the light of old stars. Memory, freely given. Nerissa's expression did not change, but her presence seemed to ripple with something that might have been surprise or something older than emotion. She drifted forward and the water around her grew colder. "Do you understand what they cost?" she asked. "Not to you, but to the sea." "I understand enough," Marin said, "enough to know that I don't deserve them. But I carry them with care, with purpose." She turned to Delphin, who swam forward slowly. His sleek form seemed smaller now, almost fragile under the weight of what was to come. Nerissa regarded him. "You once demanded power without wisdom. You saw the ocean as something to command, not to respect. Do you remember why I cursed you?" Delphin nodded. "To teach me, and to protect the sea from me. And has it worked?" "I hope so," he said. "I'm not the prince I was. I don't want to be." Nerissa's eyes flicked back to Marin, "And yet you would free him." Marin met her gaze without flinching. Not because he is a prince, but because he's grown. He learned what power really means. That's what the ocean wanted, isn't it? Not submission, understanding. A long silence followed. Then very slowly, Nerissa raised her hands. "Then let the gifts speak." She reached out, not to Marin, but to the 3 enchanted objects. The pearl floated upward, casting golden light across the throne room. The coral unraveled like a ribbon, spinning in soft spirals. The scale shone brightest of all, sending ripples through the water like music. Together, they circled Delphin, who closed his eyes. A low hum filled the chamber, growing louder, deeper, as the gifts spun faster. The light intensified. Marin covered her face. Caligo turned his great head away. Then, silent, the water went still. Marin opened her eyes. Delphin floated before her, no longer a dolphin. He was human again, tall and lean, his skin kissed by starlight, his dark hair floating gently in the current. His eyes, those familiar eyes, were full of wonder and tears. He reached out his hand. "Marin." She took it, and the chamber pulsed once more with light, not from magic, but from something deeper. Nerissa watched them for a long moment, then turned her gaze downward. "I crafted that mirror, not to punish," she murmured, "but to reflect. Only those who truly see themselves and others can pass through it." She looked at Marin, her expression unreadable. "And you, girl, you did not just look into the mirror, you looked into the sea." Marin stepped forward. "What will happen now?" The sea witch paused, then she smiled, just faintly. "The ocean forgets nothing," she said, "but it forgives, eventually." With that, she turned to shadow and dissolved into the currents, her presence fading like a wave pulling back into the deep. All was still again. Marin, her chest tight with emotion, turned to Delphin, Prince Delphin, who stared at his hands, his face full of disbelief. "It's over," she whispered. "No," he said softly. "It's only just begun." Chapter 10, The Transformation. For a long moment after the magic faded, all was still. The sea around them, dark, vast, ancient, had grown quiet. as though even the currents held their breath. The coral walls of Nerissa's palace no longer pulsed with menace or shadow. Instead, they lay dormant, as if the structure itself had been freed from some long-held burden. Marin stared at Delphin. He floated before her, no longer the dolphin prince she had come to know, but a man, tall and lithe, with hair dark as kelp, and eyes that mirrored the ocean after a storm. He looked down at his hands, flexing his fingers slowly, as though rediscovering the sensation of being human. Delphin's expression was unreadable at first. Astonishment, fear, wonder, all swirled across his face like currents meeting in the deep. Then his eyes met Miran's, mirroring, his voice caught in his throat. It no longer rang with the fluid echo of underwater speech. It was human now, gentle, husky, real. You're really back, she whispered, unable to keep the tears from rising. She smiled even as they welled in her eyes. I didn't dream you. No, he said softly, you woke me. And then, with a shaky breath and a quiet, almost disbelieving laugh, he pulled her into his arms. The ocean seemed to embrace them in return, light streaming from the gifts that had made the transformation possible. Caligo hovered nearby, watching in reverent silence. The old turtle's eyes, cloudy with age, gleamed with something like pride. The sea has seen many stories, he murmured, but not many like this. Marin drew back just slightly, enough to look at Delphin's face. How does it feel, she asked. To be you again, he exhaled, then shook his head slowly. Strange, heavy, beautiful. It's like remembering a song I once knew that haven't sung in years. His voice turned quieter. I don't know if I deserve this. Marin touched his face gently. You do, not because you were perfect, but because you changed. He nodded, emotion tightening his features. Because you helped me. They lingered there, in the sea which is now silent hall, letting the moment root itself in their bones. Around them, the gifts slowly dimmed, their magic complete. The pearl nestled into the sand, no longer blazing, but still bright with quiet power. The coral drifted upward, its silkiness forming a ribbon of light. The scale shimmered once, then dissolved into the water like memory released. The satchel at Marin's side became light again, its burden lifted. Delphin turned to Caligo. Will the ocean let us leave now? The turtle grunted. The witch is gone. The mirror's magic has fulfilled its design. The current that brought you here has already begun to reverse. It will carry you both upward, if you choose it. Marin looked up. For the first time in what felt like ages, the surface felt close again, not just in distance, but in possibility. The mirror was still there in her world, waiting. Would it carry her home? Would she want to go? Delphin turned to her. We could stay below, my kingdom, my people. They will need me now. I want you to see it, Marin, all of it. Not just the ruins or riddles or darkness, but the gardens, the temples, the music, the joy that used to live here. Marin hesitated. She thought of her palace in Thaloria, of the salt breeze on her balcony, of the attic and the mirror, and the day she first stared into it, not knowing it would change her life. But more than that, she thought of the ocean and what it had given her. She had arrived curious but uncertain. She had been tested, over and over again, not with swords or wars, but with choices that demanded wisdom, compassion, patience, and strength. Now, she felt like someone new. She smiled. Then show me your kingdom. I want to see everything. Delphin's grin bloomed, warm and radiant. You will, but not just as a guest. Marin tilted her head. What do you mean? He took her hand, his eyes glowing with hope. As an ally, as someone who walks both the land and the sea, there's never been a bridge between our worlds. But you could be that bridge. You already are. Marin's breath caught. The ocean stirred gently around them, as if listening. It wasn't just about lifting a curse. It was about healing more than a single life. It was about connecting two realms that had forgotten they could coexist, not just through treaties or trade, but through understanding, trust, and love. I don't know how to be a bridge, she said quietly. You already are, he replied. And with that, Marin knew her journey was far from over. This was not an ending. It was a transformation for all of them. As they began their slow rise toward Delphin's sunken kingdom, the waters grew warmer, brighter. Life swam with them now. Curious dolphins, colorful fish, even shy sea dragons that peeked from behind coral walls. Word of the curse's end was spreading like current. Hope was rising, and so were they. Chapter 11. The Forgotten Kingdom. The journey to Delphin's kingdom was unlike anything Marin had ever experienced. As they rose from the depths of the abyss and left Nerissa's dark domain behind, the sea grew warmer, more welcoming. The light returned gradually, not in blinding flashes, but in shimmering bands that danced across the sand like sunlight filtered through stained glass. The water turned crystalline blue, the color of clear skies reflected on a calm ocean. It was a gentle rebirth. But as they swam onward, the terrain began to shift again. The reefs were no longer vibrant and living, but cracked and pale. Statues lay broken along the seabed, stone guardians of an empire long since drowned in silence. Pillars of coral that once stood tall had crumbled into heaps, their edges worn smooth by time and current. And there, at the center of it all, nestled within a ring of sunken cliffs, stood the remnants of Serene, Delphin's kingdom, or what remained of it. Marin's breath caught in her throat as she floated above the ruins. The palace, once sculpted from mother of pearl and framed in golden coral, had lost much of its former beauty. Its domes were cracked, its arches hollow, seaweed tangled around shattered gates like vines reclaiming a forgotten garden. The city was still and eerily quiet, like the echo of a song long faded. Delphin drifted to her side. His eyes roamed the ruins with a deep sorrow. "I remember it shining," he said, voice heavy. There were songs in every courtyard, laughter echoing through the streets. The coral towers sparkled in the light of our own bioluminescent vines. My people were proud, full of promise. He trailed off. Marin reached for his hand. "You can bring it back." He nodded slowly. Not alone. They descended together, passing through the broken gates and into the heart of the city. As they explored, Marin noticed that though the kingdom was broken, it was not dead. Life stirred in the cracks. Tiny fish darted through stone windows. Sea anemones blossomed on marble steps. A family of shy merfolk peeked out from the shadow of a sunken dome. "They stayed," she whispered in awe. Delphin turned, surprised. "Who?" Marin pointed. "Look." From all corners of the city, figures began to emerge. Slowly, cautiously. Not just merfolk, but other sea creatures too. Manta rays, with intelligent eyes. Jellyfish that shimmered in greeting. Dolphin pods. Sea centaurs with braided fins. Elderly sea sprites, with conch shell canes. His people, they had never truly left. They had hidden, waited, endured. A grey-scaled merwoman with silver bracelets approached them. She stared at Delphin for a long moment and bowed deeply. "Your Highness," she said, voice trembling, "you've returned." Delphin floated forward, hesitant. I don't know if I deserve the title anymore." "You do," the merwoman replied firmly. "Not because of who you were, but because of who you've become. The sea has spoken. We felt it, the lifting of the curse, the stirring of something ancient and new. The current is changing." Others began to speak, to cheer, to cry. The city stirred with new energy, like a coral reef awakening after a long winter. Word spread faster than the tides. The prince was back. The curse was lifted, and hope had returned to Serene. Marin watched it all in quiet amazement. What had been a sunken ruin was slowly becoming a place of life again, because of love, because of growth, because of a journey that had taught them all to look deeper. Over the next few days, Delphin and Marin walked, or rather swam, the broken paths of the kingdom, speaking with citizens, listening to their stories, and beginning the long work of rebuilding. Marin found herself welcomed, not as an outsider, but as a savior, a friend, a legend. Children carved tiny statues of her with kelp and coral, whispering stories of how she'd outsmarted the riddle mistress octopus, calmed the kraken, and earned the favor of the first deep. Some called her the Tidewalker, others Mirrorborn. But Marin never thought of herself as anything more than a girl who said yes to a challenge when the sea came calling. In one of the palace gardens, half overgrown with sea moss, Marin and Delphin sat in the ruins of a pavilion, overlooking the kingdom. "You've done more than restore this place," Marin said. "You've given your people their home back." Delphin smiled, brushing his hand along hers. "We've done it. I couldn't have without you." She turned to him. "What happens now?" He was quiet for a moment, then said, "I want you to stay." Marin's heart fluttered. "I want you by my side, not as a guest or a visitor, but as part of this world. Serene will rise again, but it needs a heart as much as it needs a ruler. You showed me what that means." She smiled. "I don't belong only to the sea, but I think part of me always will." They looked out over the city, where lights began to glow, small at first but growing as lanternfish swam in spirals, lighting up the streets. Music began to rise from one corner of the kingdom, soft and tentative, like someone remembering how to sing after a long silence. The kingdom was remembering, and in that moment, Marin knew this wasn't just a rescue. It wasn't even just a love story. It was the return of something forgotten, an echo of harmony between land and sea, between what we inherit and what we choose to build. And she was ready to be a part of it. Chapter 12, Gratitude and Alliance. The days that followed Delphin's return passed like ripples in water, quiet at first, but widening into waves of change. Serene stirred. The song of the city, once lost in silence and sorrow, began to return, not as a roar, but as a hum that ran through the currents into the very coral walls and pearl-studded streets. Light flooded the kingdom anew, not just from glowing lanternfish or enchanted shells, but from the renewed spirit of its people. At the center of it all stood Marin. She had never wanted a crown. She wore no diadem, no royal sigils, yet wherever she swam, the citizens bowed, not in fear, but in reverence. They had heard the stories of what she had done, the riddles she had solved, the beasts she had faced. But more than that, they had seen how she listened, how she learned their names, how she asked questions and offered help without demanding anything in return. She was a surface dweller, yes, but she felt no longer of the surface alone, and the people of Serene saw it. Still, not all were so quick to embrace the change. Among the nobility, there was caution. The High Council of Serene, once dissolved after Delphin's curse, had begun to reconvene, anxious, curious, uncertain. Some murmured that Marin's presence could provoke unrest among the older houses. Others feared what it meant to align with a land kingdom, especially after years of isolation. Delphin, now wearing robes stitched with the threads of sea silk, a symbol of rulership restored, stood before the council one morning in the old throne chamber. Marin sat at his side, not behind him. "My people," he said, voice strong and clear, "we cannot drift backward. The sea teaches us that to stagnate is to decay. Change is not a threat. It is our salvation." Some nodded, others frowned. Delphin continued. "Princess Marin of Phaloria risked everything to restore me, not for power, not for glory, but for compassion. She crossed realms for someone she barely knew. What greater bond could we ask for?" Councillor Meryl, an eel-finned woman known for her sharp tongue, floated forward. "But will the land respect the sea? For centuries they have ignored us, used our waters, and denied our voice." Marin stood. She didn't speak immediately. She let the water carry her silence across the room, letting it settle like silt before she answered. "No realm is perfect," she said, "but neither is any realm complete. Above the waves, we suffer too greed, fear, division. But we also dream, we hope, and we wonder about what lies beneath." She looked around the room, her voice steady. "I don't ask for your trust today, only the chance to earn it. Let our kingdoms speak. Let the tide flow both ways." There was a hush. Then slowly, first one, then another, the council bowed their heads. The sea had turned. In the weeks that followed, Marin and Delphin worked together to formalize an alliance between Phaloria and Serene. It was not just a political treaty, but a promise, a thread woven between two worlds that had too long misunderstood each other. Ambassadors were chosen, a Merse scholar named Auris and a Thalorian linguist named Lady Kira. both tasked with building a bridge of knowledge between land and sea. Cultural exchanges began, artifacts, songs, recipes, stories, each more cherished than any trade of gold. For the first time in history, Serene's gates opened, not just to creatures of the sea, but to human envoys. Carefully, respectfully, Serene personally guided the first surface visitors through the rebuilt coral gardens and moonshell archives. She taught them how to speak in slow water tongue, how to read currents like maps, and in turn she shared tales of sunrises, books, wind, and music not carried through waves. Together, she and Delphin began reconstruction of the palace's great hall, which had collapsed during his absence. But instead of restoring it exactly as it was, they chose something new. They built it half open to the sea, with walls of transparent reef glass and archways made from woven kelp and marble. It would become a meeting hall of the tides, where surface dwellers and sea folk alike could gather. Above the central dais, Serene commissioned a sculpture of the enchanted mirror, not just as a tribute to her journey, but as a reminder that transformation begins not with conquest, but with reflection. One evening, as the sun melted into the sea above, and streaks of gold lit the water in shifting bands, Serene swam with Delphin along the outer edge of the kingdom. They floated silently, fingers interlaced. "Did you ever think," he said softly, "that this could happen?" "I didn't think," she admitted. "I just listened, followed where the current pulled." "You've changed everything," he said. "Not just for me, for all of us." She smiled. "So have you, and we're not done yet." He turned to her. "Would you stay? Not as a guest, not even as a diplomat, but as my partner, in this world, in all the ones to come." Her heart swelled, but she didn't answer immediately. Instead, she looked up, past the water, past the twilight shimmer, to where the sky would be, where Thaloria waited. "I don't want to choose one world," she said at last. "I want to live between them, to help them listen, to remind them what they can be together." Delphin smiled. "Then we'll build that life, between tides." Later that night, as Serene's lanterns bloomed with light and the sea itself seemed to sigh with peace, a celebration began, not a grand ball or formal affair, but a festival of gratitude, of unity. Songs rose from the coral towers. Merfolk painted each other's scales with glowing ink, and even the oldest counselors danced slowly in spirals. Creatures from every current came to witness it. Serene stood beneath a shimmering kelp canopy, surrounded by laughter and music, and for the first time, she felt not like someone passing through a dream, but like someone who had become part of the ocean's song. And the sea sang back. Chapter 13, A Foot in Two Worlds. Though the kingdom of Serene continued to flourish, and the alliance with Thaloria was taking root, Serene found herself suspended in a delicate balance, like a seashell perched on the edge of a tide. She lived now in a rhythm unlike anything she had known before. By morning, she studied currents with scholar Auris, learning how to read tides like language. By midday, she worked with architects and artisans rebuilding sunken halls, helping reimagine Serene's great city, not as it once was, but as it could be, inclusive, resilient, open to the world above. And when evening came, she swam with Delphin beneath the stars, floating just beneath the surface where she could see the moonlight ripple on the waves and remember the world she'd left behind. Yet even surrounded by gratitude and admiration, Serene often caught herself wondering, who was she now? Not fully of the sea, no longer quite of the surface, somewhere in between. One quiet day, Serene swam alone to a ledge just beyond Serene's coral wall, a perch of smooth stone nestled between ribbons of seagrass. It overlooked the wide expanse of ocean where light and shadow danced together endlessly. This was the place she came to think, to feel. In her hands, she held a journal, one of the few things that had crossed realms with her, tucked away in a pouch when she first touched the mirror. Its pages had once held court lessons and sketches of palace windows. Now they were filled with reflections, sea poems, and quick drawings of creatures she had met. A grinning sea sprite with tangled pearl hair, a crab who fancied himself a philosopher, a baby manta ray that had adopted her as an older sister. She turned the pages slowly, the ink softening in the salt. Despite everything she had gained, A part of her still missed the scent of lavender gardens, the rustle of silk gowns, the flicker of candlelight against stone. There was no fire under the sea, no seasons, no wind in the trees. She missed her mother's voice, soft and wise. She missed her father's laugh, booming across the courtyard as he told stories to the guards. She missed the simplicity of waking in a bed that didn't sway like seaweed. And yet, she had never felt more alive. Here she had faced monsters and riddles. She had earned trust not through bloodline, but through bravery and heart. Here she had helped a fallen kingdom rise. Here she had fallen in love, not just with Delphin, but with the sea itself, its quiet truths, its ancient wisdom, its promise that nothing stays broken forever. Still, the question remained, could she truly belong to both worlds? That evening, Delphin found her on the ledge. He said nothing at first, simply floating beside her, his presence warm and grounding. After a long silence, Marin finally said, "Do you ever wonder if the sea missed you while you were gone?" Delphin blinked. "The sea doesn't mourn," he replied, "but it remembers." She nodded. "I think I understand that now." He turned to her, sensing something deeper beneath her words. "You're thinking about home." "I never stopped," she admitted. "Serene has given me more than I ever dreamed. But Valoria raised me. It's part of who I am, and part of who you'll always be," he said gently. She looked into his eyes. "What if I need to return, to see them, to tell them I'm safe, to show them that peace is possible? Then we find a way," Delphin said without hesitation. Together. It was such a simple answer, but it cracked something open inside her, not fear, but relief. She didn't have to choose. She could be both, a child of land, a daughter of sea, a mirror, not a wall. The very next day, Delphin summoned a gathering at the meeting hall of the tides, now nearly complete. Ambassadors from both realms gathered, merfolk, humans, ocean fae, and even a few wary Selkies who rarely left their hidden coves. It was a sight never before seen. Beings who once avoided each other now sitting side by side, curious, cautious, and listening. Marin stood before them in a gown woven from sea silk and surface linen, dyed in hues of storm and sky, the meeting of worlds in fabric form. Her hair floated freely, woven with strands of pearl and dried blossoms from the last Valorian garden she had visited. "I was not born of the sea," she told them, "but I listened to it. I didn't come to conquer or to steal. I came to learn, and She paused, meeting the eyes of each delegation. "But I cannot abandon the world I came from, nor do I want to. What I hope is to serve as a bridge between land and water, between memory and future, between everything we were and everything we might become." Soft murmurs spread, nods followed, even a few tears. By the end of the council, it was agreed Marin would return to Valoria for one season, a journey blessed by Serene's court to carry news, foster understanding, and plant seeds of further exchange. And when she returned, it would not be as a guest, it would be as ambassador of the Tidebound, a new role, a new tradition, the first of her kind. That night, Delphin met her in the kelp-lit garden, where they had first spoken of rebuilding. "You were born for this," he said. "Wasn't born for any of this," she replied, "but I think I've been becoming it all along." He took her hands. "Will you come back to me?" Marin smiled, fierce and radiant. Always. They didn't need a crown to seal their promise. The sea had heard it, and so had the stars. Chapter 14. Return to the surface. When Marin stepped through the shimmering portal that emerged within the tranquil heart of Serene, the ocean seemed to hesitate, as if reluctant to let her go. She turned back once, just before crossing, to see Delphin floating behind her, one hand raised in farewell and promise. His eyes held no sadness, only trust. She smiled at him, then took her final breath of enchanted seawater and stepped forward. The mirror welcomed her again. It shimmered, then swallowed her. Light and water became wind and sky. Marin stumbled slightly as she emerged from the frame of the ornate mirror in the palace attic of Valoria, now coated in a gentle sheen of sea salt. The air was dry and cool. Her ears popped from the sudden absence of pressure, and her lungs burned for air in a way they hadn't in weeks. She gasped. and for a heartbeat, it felt as though she were being born again. She was different, and yet, home, the attic had not changed. Dust still lined the eaves, and forgotten paintings leaned against the wall, their subjects frozen in time. But Marin had. Her gown was damp, woven with sea silk and flowing coral threads. Her eyes shimmered faintly with the memory of deep water, and her movements were fluid, almost otherworldly. Footsteps echoed from the stairwell. She turned. "Marin?" A voice choked. "Is that you?" It was Queen Evelyn, her mother, looking paler, thinner, but still regal. Behind her, Marin's father stood, wide-eyed with disbelief, his calloused hands trembling at his sides. "Mother, father," Marin breathed. And then they ran to her, and there were no words, only tears and embraces. She felt herself wrapped in warmth, in the scent of lavender and parchment, of wood polish and home. It took every ounce of strength not to weep until the walls cracked with the sound of it. "I thought you were lost," her mother whispered. "We searched for weeks. The mirror was gone. No magic could find you." "It wasn't lost," Marin replied, gently. "It was leading me." Over the next days, Marin told her tale, haltingly at first. Then, with growing clarity, she recounted the mirror's call, the underwater kingdom, the dolphin prince, the sea witch's curse, the enchanted gifts, and her journey into the abyss. Servants and scholars alike listened in stunned silence. Some disbelieved, others fell to their knees, and many simply stared, caught between awe and the fear of the unknown. King Aldrin, once a practical man of maps and diplomacy, now sat in his study with a map unrolled before him, a map of the ocean, of coastlines and unknown reefs. He marked it anew, not with borders, but with wonder. "You're saying there's a kingdom," he murmured, "beneath our very shores." "There is a world beneath your gaze," Marin said. "Not just a kingdom, a realm, a people, a past, and a future." Word spread across the Loria quickly. A royal council convened to discuss her findings. Marin stood before them, not as a girl returning from an escapade, but as a woman who had crossed the veil between worlds and returned with a message. "Serene is not a myth," she declared. "It is real, it is wounded, and it is awakening, and it extends a hand in peace." She wore no crown, yet none questioned her authority, for she carried with her something rarer than royalty, the weight of lived transformation. Still, Marin's return was not without complications. Many surface lords were skeptical of allying with a hidden sea realm. Rumors swirled. Was she bewitched? Was she truly herself? Did she bring danger with her? Marin faced them all with the same strength she had shown beneath the sea, not with outrage or demand, but with calm, undeniable truth. She invited them to see. In the great palace courtyard, she commissioned a moon pool, built with marble and enchanted crystal, its waters blessed with ocean magic. There, once a month, a tide-sworn current opened a brief glimpse into the edge of Serene, enough to let dignitaries speak with sea ambassadors and to remind Thaloria's people of the beauty just beyond their shore. She also taught. She opened schools where young Thalorians could study ocean lore, marine language, aquatic herbology, and tide history. She led children on coastal walks, showing them where the sea whispered its secrets into the shell, and she listened to fishermen, to scholars, to nobles. She didn't preach, she planted. Slowly, the kingdom shifted. Where once they spoke of the ocean with fear or distance, now they spoke of it with curiosity. But not a day passed when Marin didn't long for the sea. At night she stood on the palace balcony overlooking the waves, her heart aching with the pull of the tide. She often traced the edge of the enchanted mirror in her chamber, which now shimmered faintly even when dormant, its connection to Serene restored. One morning, a messenger arrived, dripping wet, with gills still faintly glowing, a letter in flowing sea script. "The sea stirs without you, and I miss its voice. The kingdom flourishes, but it is quieter without your laughter. Return when the tide calls you." "We wait," Marin tidebound. "Delphin." Tears welled in her eyes as she read the signature. Not prince, not king, just Delphin, just hers. Before the season ended, Marin stood again in the attic. This time she wasn't escaping. She was returning. Her parents stood beside her, no longer fearful, but proud. Her mother pressed a hand to her cheek. The sea gave you back to us, and now we give you back to the sea. Marin stepped through the mirror again, into the world she had not discovered, but had become a part of. And this time, the ocean greeted her not as a stranger, but as a daughter. Chapter 15. Celebrations. The sea welcomed Marin back like an old friend, as she stepped through the enchanted mirror once more, this time steady, purposeful, no longer a girl swept into magic, but a woman who now carried it. The ocean bloomed to life around her. The moment her feet touched the seagrass-laced stone beneath the portal's glow, currents shimmered with energy. Shoals of silver minnows spiraled through the water like a dance of light, weaving in and out of the coral arches. All of Serene seemed to know she had returned, and waiting at the edge of the crystal gateway was Delphin. He stood no longer cloaked in grief or guilt, but upright, regal, and radiant. His dark hair floated gently around his face, and a new cloak of kelp silk trailed behind him, lined in iridescent blues and greens. But it wasn't the attire that struck Marin, it was the look in his eyes. They were alight with joy. "Welcome home," he said, the words almost reverent. Marin crossed the short distance between them and wrapped her arms around him. He laughed, deep and warm, holding her tightly as though anchoring himself to the moment. "I counted every tide until this one," he whispered into her hair. "I came back with the current," she said softly. "And I'm here to stay, as long as the sea will have me." Delphin pulled back slightly, eyes crinkling. "The sea has never stopped calling you, Marin Tidebound." Word of Marin's return spread quickly through Serene. The preparations for a festival had already begun weeks earlier, a celebration of tides, a newly imagined tradition to honor the ocean's cycles, the alliance with the surface, and the return of hope. Now, with Marin's arrival, it took on a new significance. No longer just a holiday, it became a homecoming. Every corner of the kingdom joined in. Coral towers were draped in sea banners of glowing moss and pearl. Bioluminescent creatures wove designs in the water above the city. Sea dragons traced elegant arcs through the sky, their scales catching the refracted light of glowing kelp lanterns. Serene had been reborn, and now, so had its heart. On the day of the festival, the streets were filled with laughter, music, and life. Songweavers hummed ancient ocean melodies while children shaped drifting sand into sculptures of sea kings, krakens, and the mythical mirror that had started it all. Shell vendors offered spirals filled with sweets, and octopus dancers spun beneath luminous jellyfish chandeliers. But the most anticipated event was held in the Great Spiral Hall, newly rebuilt from the city's sunken archives. It had once served as a library, a place of history. Now it was part library, part gathering space, and part council chamber, a symbol of what Serene had become, a place of learning, unity, and shared story. The hall was filled with beings of all kinds, merfolk and sea sprites, deep dwellers and surface ambassadors, selkies and tide fae. Representatives from Thaloria had also returned for the celebration: diplomats, artisans, and scholars who now visited regularly, under Marin's guidance. Delphin stood at the center, radiant with calm pride, and addressed the crowd. "This day marks not only our survival, but our revival. We have emerged from shadow and silence, not by conquest, but by compassion. Our curse was broken not by might, but by the courage of one soul who dared to care." He turned, offering Marin his hand, and as she stepped beside him, the hall filled with soft gasps and smiles. "She came to us not as a queen, not as a warrior, but as a weaver of hearts and hopes. She faced the unknown, gave freely of herself, and helped us remember who we are." He turned to Marin and lowered his voice, so only she could hear. "You've given us back our story." Marin stepped forward. "I did not come here to change your world," she said. "I came to listen to it, and in doing so, I changed myself." She reached into a pouch at her side, the very satchel she had carried on her quest, and drew forth 3 small tokens, not the original magical gifts, which had long since dissolved into the sea after their purpose was fulfilled, but carved replicas: a pearl, a coral strand, and a tiny silver scale. "These represent what I learned, that light can be found even in darkness, that gentleness is not weakness, and that every soul, whether of the sea or land, holds stories worth honoring. She placed the tokens in a clear vessel of seawater set on a pedestal in the hall's heart. Let them remain here, not as relics, but as reminders that together we create the tide, that together we are strong. The hall burst into a wave of shimmering sound, laughter, applause, song. Above them, thousands of glowing jellyfish pulsed in celebration. Schools of fish swirled in rings like confetti. The ocean seemed to hum. That night, Marin and Delphin slipped away from the festivities, as they often did, to find quiet. They swam to the moon reef, a shelf of smooth coral just beneath the surface, where moonlight poured in silver sheets onto the sea. Here everything was still, just the hush of waves, the soft whisper of currents. Will the sea always be like this? Marin asked softly. Delphin smiled. Never. That's what makes it precious. It changes, always, like us. They floated there in silence, hands entwined, hearts aligned, watching the stars from below. Not long ago, Marin had gazed into a mirror, unsure of what she was searching for. Now, she had found it, not a reflection, but a reality. She had found her calling, her people, her love. She had found the ocean's heart, and perhaps most powerfully of all, she had helped it remember how to beat. Chapter 16, The Loom of Tides. The celebration had passed, but its echoes lived on. Serene was no longer a kingdom, hiding beneath the waves. It had become a beacon, its towers glowing with new magic, its people walking or swimming with heads lifted. Murals bloomed on the coral walls, painted with glowing inks that told the story of Marin's journey, Delphin's redemption, and the gifts that had broken the curse. Where once silence ruled, now the city pulsed with ideas. But Marin knew song and dance were only the beginning. Now, it was time to weave something lasting. She brought her idea to Delphin in the twilight hours, as they floated above the star garden, a quiet glade of phosphorescent seagrass that shimmered with a light like distant galaxies. I want to build something, she said softly, that lasts longer than memory. Something that others can carry long after we're gone. Delphin raised a brow. More than a monument. More than a monument. Marin said, a meeting of minds. A place where land and sea don't just exchange greetings, but grow together. She paused. A school. A sanctuary. A loom. He blinked. A loom? She nodded. That's what this has all been, hasn't it? Threads. Tangled. Worlds. Unraveling. And then rewoven. Stronger. More beautiful. I want to help others learn how to do the same. Delphin smiled slowly. Then let's start spinning. The concept grew quickly from a spark to a structure. It would be called the Loom of Tides, both a building and an institution, a place where stories, skills, and cultures from both realms could be woven together. The location was chosen with care, just above the rift-lined trench, where the deepest currents of Serene flowed closest to the world above. The loom would have a surface-level portal through a protected ocean cove, reachable by ship or by the enchanted mirrors, bridges that now shimmered in select places across the coast. Architects from both realms worked together, blending coral engineering with surface stonework. The building itself looked like a nautilus shell unfolding, its walls open to the sea in places, closed for air-breathing visitors in others. Its classrooms were lined with shifting scryglass, so students could study the stars and the currents in tandem. Merfolk scholars taught underwater navigation, bioluminescent agriculture, and the ethics of sea magic. Surface historians shared knowledge of governance, diplomacy, and literature. Together they charted the unknown places between their worlds, literal and figurative, and at the very heart of the loom sat a circular chamber, its ceiling inlaid with enchanted pearls and glass mosaics. This was the Circle of Weaving, a meeting space, a debate hall, and a storytelling chamber, all in one. It was here that Marin gave her first address, not to a crowd of diplomats or nobles, but to the first class of students, a dozen merfolk, selkies, and humans from different corners of the world, wide-eyed and full of hope. You are not here just to learn facts, she told them. You are here to learn each other, to unlearn fear, to listen, to try again. That is what weaving is. It's messy, it takes time, but in the end, it makes something strong enough to hold the world. From its opening, the loom of tides became more than a place of study. It became a symbol. Poets from Thaloria described it as a lighthouse under the sea. Inventors created hybrid technologies inspired by both magic and mechanics, like breathing stones and moonshell lanterns. Artists created a new style of tidecraft art, using materials from both land and ocean. But perhaps the greatest testament to the loom's success came when two of its students, one a surface-born girl from the mountain kingdom of Serene, the other, a reef-born merboy, stood before the circle of weaving and proposed a joint expedition to explore an uncharted rift canyon that neither side had dared enter alone. They weren't just dreaming together, they were trusting each other with discovery. And so the tide turned again. Delphine often said that Marin was still weaving, even when she didn't have thread in her hand. In the evenings, they walked through the coral terraces that overlooked the loom, watching it glow from within. They would pass students reading together, sketching sea maps, trading songs from their homelands. Marin took notes in her tide journal, always dreaming of how to reach more people, how to make the next year stronger than the last. One night, while floating in the twilight currents, Delphine turned to her with a smile. "You've done it," he said. "You've created something that will outlive us both." "I didn't do it alone," she replied. "No, but you were the first thread, the one that held everything together when it threatened to unravel." Marin touched the necklace she now wore, a simple strand of coral and silver, threaded with a tiny piece of enchanted mirror glass. It caught the light, always reminding her of where she began. "Then let's keep weaving," she whispered. In the years that followed, the loom of tides would grow into one of the most renowned institutions in all the known realms, not for its size, not even for its knowledge, but for its spirit. Because inside its walls, beneath the waves, and across the shores, people began to see each other, not as threats or strangers, but as threads in the same great tapestry. And at the center of it all was a girl who had once fallen through a mirror and found herself in the deep, not lost, but found. Chapter 17, Tidewalker's Path. The sky above Thaloria was brighter than Marin remembered. Or perhaps it wasn't the sky that had changed, but her eyes. The wind touched her cheeks with a softness she'd almost forgotten. It carried the scent of pine, lavender, and salt, the same scent that had followed her throughout childhood, weaving its way through the palace courtyards and into the folds of her dreams. She had returned many times in dreams, but now it was real. Marin stood on the deck of the Starwake, a ship built jointly by Thalorian craftsmen and Samarine sea carvers. Its sails were stitched with moon thread, its hull reinforced with sea silk and coral. It was the first of its kind, a vessel designed to cross the sea and pass through the mirrored tide gates that now connected the two realms. Behind her, 3 merfolk rode in the water beside the ship, their long tails cutting arcs of silver through the waves. They were escorts, but also envoys, symbols of unity. And ahead, the docks of Thaloria, lined with banners, flowers, and thousands of people. She exhaled slowly. Her home awaited. The last time Marin had stood on these docks, it had been as a missing daughter returned from the sea. This time she arrived not alone, not uncertain, but as ambassador of the Tideband. The crowd parted as she descended the ramp. Musicians played a slow, reverent melody as petals drifted through the air. Children pointed and whispered. Courtiers stared in awe. At the end of the dock, her parents waited. Queen Evalyn, regal in a robe the color of stormlight, and King Aldrin, his arm outstretched with unguarded pride. Marin walked to them. This time, no tears, only understanding. Her mother took her hand and whispered, "You've grown into more than I ever imagined." Her father pulled her into a quiet hug. "You didn't just cross the sea, Marin, you carried the tide with you." The days that followed were filled with ceremony and council. Marin stood before the Thalorian Senate, not to plead or to persuade, but to propose. She spoke of the loom of tides, of the shared learning blossoming beneath the ocean, of treaties signed not with ink but with experience, of festivals where merfolk sang alongside surface choirs, and of young inventors building air-water translators from kelp and crystal. And she spoke not just with facts, but with story, of swimming through the abyss, to ask a question of the oldest fish in the sea, of facing the kraken with compassion instead of violence, of choosing kindness again and again, even when it seemed small. She told them, the sea is not what we once feared. It is not a mystery to conquer, nor a threat to silence. It is a voice we have long ignored, and it is time we listened. The Senate chamber was silent as she finished. Then, one by one, the nobles rose, not with shouts, but with quiet reverence. They understood, maybe not everything, but enough. That afternoon, the council passed the tide accord, officially recognizing Serene as a sovereign ally. Trade would begin, travel would be allowed, and education, mutual and open, would become a cornerstone of their diplomacy. But beyond politics, Marin's return awakened something else in Thaloria. Curiosity. People began visiting the moon pool again, not to gawk, but to speak, to learn, to listen. Children brought seashells and left them at the water's edge, with questions tucked inside. Fishermen began tossing offerings back to the ocean, tokens of thanks. Sailors whispered blessings from both land and sea before setting sail. Marin visited schools, taught young nobles how to read current maps, how to recognize fish, not as prizes but as kin. She carried stories into kitchens and classrooms, told tales to wide-eyed children of the whale with galaxies in his eyes, and the octopus who spoke in riddles. Even her old rooms in the palace were transformed, not into a shrine, but into a tide-bound library, where her journals, maps, sketches and artifacts from Serene were placed on display. Open to all, it was no longer about where she lived. It was about what she carried. Still, Marin remained a traveler. At night, when the stars swirled over the sea and the wind played in the curtains of her tower, she would press her hand against the mirror once again, and it would shimmer with recognition. Messages came through, delivered by mirrored light, by enchanted wave shells, by dolphins bearing tidings in their eyes. Delphin wrote often, but rarely with pomp. He told her of a new school coral growing at the loom, of a council of young minds suggesting ideas even he had never dreamed. He ended each message the same way: the tide waits for you. Come when your heart is ready. Eventually the time came. Marin stood once more before the mirror, not as a girl wondering who she was, not as a diplomat answering duty, but as a weaver, a keeper, a tidewalker. She turned to her parents, now seated together on a bench beneath the open tower window. They had grown older, wiser, but not tired. "Will you miss me?" she asked softly. Her mother smiled. "We will miss your steps on the stones, but never your purpose." Her father added, "Wherever the tide carries you, you carry us with you." She nodded, touched the edge of the mirror, and stepped through into water, into light, into the life she had chosen. Serene welcomed her, not with spectacle, but with knowing. Delphin was waiting on the coral bridge that connected the loom of tides to the royal court. She swam to him, and he pulled her close without words. The sea sang around them. "You're back," he murmured. "I never left," she whispered. "Not really." And in that moment, between sea and sky, between all that had been and all that would be, Marin understood the deepest truth of her journey. She hadn't been called by the mirror to escape. She'd been called to become. Chapter 18, Legacy of Love and Water. Years passed, and yet the mirror still shimmered in its place. Polished, whole, timeless. It no longer flickered with untamed magic, but with quiet, purposeful glow. It was no longer just an ancient artifact of sea sorcery. It was a portal, a symbol, a testament to what could be built when fear was set aside and understanding became the bridge between worlds. At the heart of both Serene and Thaloria, Marin's name was no longer spoken as a curiosity, but as a promise. She had become more than a girl who crossed realms. She had become a myth in motion, a living bond between ocean and sky. In Serene, the tides shifted with purpose. The city had grown slowly, carefully, its coral towers blooming upward in spirals of bioluminescent light. The loom of tides had expanded into a multi-spired campus, now drawing scholars, artisans, and peace builders from across the realms. Humans and merfolk walked its halls side by side, debating ethics, mapping sea currents, translating lullabies and proverbs. A new council of currents had formed, equal parts surface and sea, meeting monthly to guide relations, settle disputes, and share discoveries. What once would have been wareness or mistrust had become respectful dialogue, sometimes heated, but always tethered to shared purpose. Marin often attended, though never as the loudest voice. She was the listener, the one who asked the quietest questions, the one who remembered every name. She wore no crown, she never took a throne, but whenever she spoke, the room hushed. Because her words came not from authority but from memory, from kraken-guarded caves, riddle-bound corridors, abyssal plains, and laughter echoing through reef-lit halls. In Thaloria, a new generation of children grew up learning both alphabets, the script of land and the current strokes of the sea. Seaside villages traded stories with drifting tide folk. Fishermen swam with their sea cousins before casting lines. Ships were built to sing both on the water and in it. The once mysterious sea had become familiar, but never ordinary. Statues of Marin were not erected in gold or stone, but in gardens and story circles. Children planted her name into the soil, into sand, into the margins of poetry books. The Tidewalker, they called her. The girl who listened, the one who came back. Marin and Delphine never held a royal wedding in the traditional sense. Instead, they held a gathering beneath the moon, on a ledge of crystal coral, where sea and air met in perfect stillness. There were no crowns, no speeches, only lanterns and music. Only two hearts speaking vows without fanfare, witnessed by friends, family, and the ocean itself. In the years that followed, they ruled not by decree, but by service. They mentored young leaders. They mediated ancient rivalries. They forged not empires, but understanding. Some called it peace. Marin preferred the word harmony. But time, like tide, is ever moving. One year, under the eclipse moon, Marin returned to the cave where it all began. The enchanted mirror, still embedded in its coral frame, gleamed quietly in the twilight currents. Alone, she approached it, not with fear, nor wonder, but with gratitude. She pressed her hand against it, and the mirror shimmered once more, not to pull her into another quest, but to reflect all that she had become. In it, she saw not just herself, but every thread she had gathered. The kraken's wide-set, ancient eyes, the coral matriarch's riddles still echoing, the song of the first deep, Delphine's laugh in the gardens, her parents waving from the docks of Thaloria, the faces of children learning both tide and tongue, the city that rose from ruin, now aglow with purpose. The world she helped to weave, imperfect, still growing, but whole. She smiled. "I'm not the girl who touched you out of curiosity," she whispered. "I'm the woman who carries you forward." And the mirror answered her not with words but with warmth. When Marin returned to the loom that evening, Delphine was waiting. He didn't ask what she'd seen. He simply took her hand and led her to the observatory terrace, where stars pulsed above and bioluminescent fish traced constellations below. They stood in silence. Finally, Marin turned to him. "Do you think they'll remember?" Delphine smiled. "They already do. But more than that, they continue. That's the legacy. Not that we were here, but that they go on, listening, learning, weaving." And Marin, who had once crossed a threshold with trembling hands and wide eyes, now stood at the center of two realms, stronger than tide, softer than sea foam, full of wonder still. A girl once shaped by a mirror, now a mirror herself, reflecting what was possible. The mirror, in the years to come, remained, not as a door, but as a reminder. In both kingdoms, in both hearts, it was known simply.